Welcome back to Workers and Resources. Hello Mega Monkey. Hello 50, welcome back. Back in our Republic after a weird end of the last stream. After I ended the stream, I thought about it. And what we did with the testing here when we tore this down was we only emptied out the storage of the building. And it doesn't seem to calculate that correctly. So if I do this, I think over on these pumps, if I turn these off, production is going to shut off, and if I clear this out, it's still going to show no processing water. So the processing water is different than the production percentage. And I'm not sure exactly how it's calculating either. Like, see, now it's 280 cubic meters. So I guess we just don't have the output capacity. We're only running 2 times medium water pipes. This one 56 times 2 plus some smaller water pipes is, I guess, our limit. So I think that's the issue that we're having right now with the calculation. I still don't get how the building was unable to fulfill the demand though. Because we had the issue that it wasn't distributing enough water, and that was kind of weird. So I wonder if there's a problem with the water production calculation whenever it undergoes maintenance. First thing that I did in the early start DLC is to build a huge bridge crossing a river to connect NATO site with solid blocks. 75% of my budget gone. Alright. Congratulations, I guess. Also, this is the wrong pipe size, we realized. It has to be a large pipe. Why would you do such a thing? That's fiscally irresponsible. Okay. So yeah, it seems like this water treatment plant is working well, except when it undergoes maintenance. Which is kind of weird, isn't it? Maybe it would be better to hook up a water tank behind it. Maybe that would solve it? Because then we can distribute it out of the water tank, or the water tower, I guess. Just pump it into different water towers, and they distribute it passively. I don't know if that's sufficient for the small water pipes though. I'm a little bit worried about that. So I think we have an issue with that. Oh, you're not unloading crops because, well, I didn't give you access to actually unload crops, so probably a good idea to give you access. There we go. Crops being unloaded again. I noticed that we now can import oil via pipe station at the border. Oh yeah, that has been in the base game already. That has been added. So I'm not sure what is weird with this setup that is doing the calculation wrong. We can see that the water treatment plant definitely can run at full capacity. That we have now seen. So now it's off. The water behind in the buildings is draining a little bit. Then when I flip these on, it's definitely doing its full capacity. The one it's supposed to. Until the pipes are full again. So yeah, I'm not fully sure. Something is not working right with the setup. I must have hooked up some weird pipes, I guess, somewhere, and it's not distributing it efficiently enough. But at least the capacity of this treatment plant should be fine. But yeah, I think this display is incorrect. I'm gonna have to write that down. Water towers are confusing AF. Tried everything, but it still has resistance Residents nearby can't access it. Well, a water tower is just there to act as a pump passively. It's not going to give water to the surrounding area. We can pump water into a water tower and then it flows out of it passively into connected pipes. So you would still have to hook up the water tower to a substation. But you don't need a pump between the tower and the substation as long as the substation is lower than the tower. Oh man, wait. Is that a good thing? Like, as instead of the last switch, what if we hook up a water tower as the last switch? What if we put water towers everywhere? That would alleviate the water supply in every area quite a bit. Let's see. There's water overlap, but not in the hospital. Now that you mention that, I kind of want to put water towers everywhere and try that out. So the water tower is not as a step right behind the water purification plant, but at the end, where it's a switch. It does limit myself to only 2 outputs though. YOLO. Well, the citizens are not going to appreciate that thinking, I don't think. But it's good to know that the water purification plant in general is working correctly. Look at that cableway. We need to drop the cableway station here again. There we go. 17 cableway cars. Let's go. You can stop making refrigerated vehicles, I think. I believe we have enough of those now. We can also cancel the one that's currently being produced. Instead make some passenger cabins. But yeah, that's a cool idea. I didn't think about it that way yet. Water tower as the last thing right before the substation. That's actually really clever. That would also give the city a much cooler design, I think. And in areas where we have an overlap of water substations, it is actually possible. Always something new. Always something new. Preventing water disturbances in the area, yeah. If there's a power outage, water is still going to flow. I mean, the sewage is going to back up because the sewage treatment plant needs water, but that doesn't matter. Well, it doesn't matter heavily. Hello, Thorgum. Welcome. Oh my god, there's so much free space here. We'll try it out in this area. This newfangled technology. Now the water tower should... Actually, let's move it. Let's bring it here, I guess. I mean, we can still use a switch. We just are going to be limited by the throughput. And if we use medium pipes, I guess the water pressure by the water tower will even be increased. So if you hook up a medium pipe between the water tower and the substation, it should be even better. Instead of a small pipe with high pressure. And we're gonna have to try that, I guess. We'll build this. And then do a rework and try it out. How are you doing, Thorgrim? Good Saturday, I hope. Doing well? Excellent. I think we're putting the fence back in. I think I can actually do the wait until unloaded now, because I have the factory connection flipped around the way it's supposed to be. Shouldn't take that long unloading 11 tons of crops, with how much the food factory and distillery are running all the time. Should be alright. In your opinion, what are the top 3 industries that make profit in quickly for a new map? Clothing factory is the easiest one to set up, with only a truck next to the border being able to import fabric and exporting clothing after delivering it to your shopping center as a second stop. It does need workers, but if you want to build a city and have something for them to do, clothing factory is your best bet. Incinerator makes money quickly without requiring your own workforce. Import foreign work or get foreign workers to run a incinerator for you. Can make quite a bit of money. Burn the waste and then sell it again. Unless it burns completely into ash, then you can just put it onto a local dump and wait until it rots away. Oil is also really good, but can be situational depending on how the market price develops. So clothing factory, incinerator for hazardous waste import. Also depends on the customs house with the hazardous waste. And the third one, Western vehicle production exporting into East. If you don't play with research, I guess. That one requires research. But you could be planning your city around that. As your first industry, you're getting a technical university and research towards getting the vehicle production up. And then you're building Western vehicles with imported resources and export those, and it's a profitable loop galore. Danke, gern. demo low. Some horses can carry this waste away without causing too many traffic issues, because it's not that much waste. This I'll let just the trucks do it, that's fine. So I don't think we need this. I mean, we will need this at some point. Extra water production could be quite useful. It could also be the replacement water production. But we now know that the buildings work correctly. In theory, we could hook everything up to the new water plant and try and set something else up. Feed 2 water pipes through here into the existing water distribution, hook it up to a water purification plant that feeds into maybe larger water storage tanks, and we pump it out of there instead. Maybe that would solve it. Also, I need to hook up the electricity for the trams. That was like the initial idea for this whole setup. Hopefully that's going to work okay. Just give every building a connection so the electricity will work. I don't like it when the wire does that. Wonky. So we feed these 3 down and get them hooked up to the substation just so we have some electricity in the area. And all of them are running the trams through. Or we just say this area is completely off limits for trams running through, and we hook up the tram line to the existing end station, which is already looking at being a little bit overloaded. do it with a drop. Elevation drop. Do something like this. Get the wire back to about here and use this elevation now. There we go. No, that's not enough, but we'll just do this one. That's fine. And you'll just have to connect into the transformer. And at least that way all of the trams will have a power wire connected to them. 1.8, 3.7. It's close to 5 megawatts, so we can't really use this transformer for anything else. And I don't think our tram consumption is getting up to max usage. Reconstruction in progress, but still making loyalty. Very good. Let's get that built. Did remove most of the waste. Still a lot of construction waste in here. I guess from all the demolitions though. Makes sense. Loyalty is dropping. I need the secret police soon. Happiness is also dropping. Okay, that one is done. Personal cars again. And one horse carriage doing the transportation. I should get a second one, I guess. Yeah, the crime pickup here is normally not an issue, I guess. Go to a vehicle depot somewhere. Okay. Road vehicle production, not Dixie, but passenger cabins. Transport them to the cableway station over on that end, waiting until unloaded. And that's it. Then we'll see if they're clipping, but I don't think they will be. I think they have enough height. Yeah, the issue with the horse feed is mainly the construction vehicles. Everything else in the city is not present in large enough quantities to cause issues. With the fact that all of them want to suddenly head to the same direction and then all want to draw horse feed. It's only the construction vehicles. Yeah, I'll be interested to see if this is going to work. Mention of water towers, just a brain synapse fired, and now I'm like, we need to test this. That's a good idea. I assume it's going to be a good idea. We'll see. Send some low intensity horse carriages here too. Could be a traffic issue, so we're not going to send any more. I think we'll need to prioritize the outgoing tram route. I don't think this tram ever does a left-hand turn in here. It's only going through straight and entering the tram stop from the other direction. So that would be better for the tram traffic. Cable City, huh? That's so good. I don't know if we can get them placed if we remove the fence and just run a cableway all the way through here. Placing a cableway station somewhere in this area, which would give people in the southern end the ability to get to the clinic and also education facilities. I mean, we'll let the tram run first and see if it becomes an issue, but a cableway is, I think, nicer now. Harder to make changes to a cableway, I guess, if it's running. As we get to the situation where the power balance becomes an issue, then things might get complicated. I always need enough input for 5 megawatts wires being filled. So we're inputting 14 megawatts in this end. 5 go out to a transformer. Up to 5. So now we're going to use 5. It's using 2. Oh, you hooked up to... Oh no, you hooked up to the tram. Well, that's gonna use up to 1.85 at the most. One connection to another switch, which is another transformer, and then second transformer, and another wire to a third switch, which now has another transformer and the ability of wires going in other directions. And at some point we'll need a switch where another 14 megawatts come in and they get distributed into the existing network, with about 5 megawatts being able to flow into the existing area and then just distribute the electricity, try and get a web going. My plan for large-scale power networks after all the village runs has been kind of disintegrating, so we're gonna plan that out once we get to it, I guess. Okay, I think enough workers are heading here now to finish the groundworks reasonably quickly. Not that it is urgent, but it is nice to know. Back down to 3,000 highly educated workers. Is something going wrong with our university? Yes, there's too many students with sufficient or unknown loyalty showing up at the university now. Guess we'll have to employ the checkbox until we get the secret police up and running, so we eliminate people with unknown loyalties. There's way too many over here. Where's the secret police in this area? It was... Where did I build it? This one. There's not enough people in this one. Tram stop, hospital. Yeah, keep the secret police fully staffed, please. Thank you. Always a full set of workers, please. And then we have a secret police up here in this area. should have enough workers. Another one. I think it's just too many buildings. That is so many meat trucks. Hello, Rickety Railway. Welcome. If we get it to the point where we can run the steel mill at 500 workers in the middle of the city, and the city is holding, I'm gonna be happy. Right now it doesn't happen because, well, we're full on steel, so... I mean, running it at 500 workers and maximum production percentage with those workers, I guess. Might be too deadly. I don't need to run steel exports. We don't need the money. There's several projects being constructed right now. This water treatment I think will be nice to have, like I said, but I would like to try it differently. I think pump going into the water storage might be a nice idea, and then distribute it off of that. I feel like there's some issues with this setup here. Large pipe going into several smaller pipes. Maybe the pressure isn't working out the way I thought it would. Yeah, look at the output pressure, it's like 2.36 bar. I guess it can't build up more pressure. The thinner the water pipe, the less pressure we will have in there. Actually, no. We go back. Too late. You pick up the trams, please, because you're bringing them to the correct depot. Average lifespan of 66.3. 6,600 people affected by pollution. There's the train emote. That'll make MegaMonkey happy that it's already finding a use. Wait, what? Missing chemicals? Oh, the train just arrived. Yeah, sure. I guess the waiting until unloaded for crops was a bit rough. So, no more waiting until unloaded. No more loading crops. All good. I might just delete the crops. Yeah. Let's get rid of the crops. So do I move the mechanical and electronic components up there now? I feel like that would be the best idea. Or I just leave it. We'll do one more storage for chemicals. That I think will make sense. But it's going to be an emergency storage for chemicals where we only feed resources into. It's not going to draw resources out of that. Just chemicals, cram it full. Then we have a backup storage in case all of the chemicals run out. We'll have one extra warehouse, and then we could do the same thing for this one. Even more chemicals, for example. Or something else. $200 tons of chemicals. That means we have a storage capacity for about half a year. Once all of these three tram trafo connectors have power, we can launch the second tram route going in the opposite counterclockwise direction in the city. And then we have 30 trams running for passengers total. We'll see what traffic chaos that creates, if any. Water tower is ready. Now we're gonna do the water rework here, which we'll have to do with high priority, I guess. Both of these high priority. Let's go. Substation's gonna run out quickly. I don't know which buildings are affected. I don't think anyone should be completely out of water. There's several substations available in the area. Okay, apparently you're running on water without a water pipe again, because you're running really reduced water consumption compared to your neighboring building. So yeah, actually it will be fine again, I guess. If they do reduce their water consumption correctly, when they don't have any running water anymore. So this rework is actually not a problem. Cool. So I guess this one building does not have any other running water, it's just connected to this substation. Yes, we're shunting a lot of chemicals into the city center now. It'll be alright. Lots of demand to unload chemicals into the new warehouse. There's our horse feeders, distribution offices. Copy the name. Copy the tasks. Move the vehicles. These buildings are not going to get deleted, but one assignment will be changed, which is picking up from the local road cargo station once it's been built. I don't know if there's a real world analog for what I'm doing with the cableway cars now going over residential buildings. I'm sure there is. Everything has been done in brutalism, I guess. Already done? Already done. Excellent. Is it short enough? No, it's not done yet. Let me know when this pipe is done being removed. We're gonna get rid of this road again. And see if everything works fine, and then we'll put the fence back in afterwards. Sure, I'll put a speed zone here. All right, horses, no going over 30 kilometers an hour, please, thank you. Just in case. So the water pipe from the water tower will be a medium one instead of a small one, because it is distributing the water with passive water pressure, and I want to make sure it has enough water pressure capacity, because the water pipe is not going to be able to run enough water otherwise, I don't think. Still planning with a small sewage pipe though. And that one won't get changed, it's already in place. Where do we crop trains? There. Maybe the crop trains have to get longer now. There shouldn't really have been any traffic issues. I need to produce more train cars for those. I need 26 extra train cars. Times 2. 52 minus 2, 4, 6, so 46. Let's make another 23 afterwards, I guess. I don't want them all to have the same color, but that's fine. So 43 here should be enough. Let's do that. Anything that ran out of fuel? No. All good. So we'll get another 2 really long trains now. The crop trains are gonna get extended to the maximum length. I like this a lot. The low capacity, trying to work around it. not just throwing trucks everywhere. What is going on with fertilizer prices? 30,000. They dropped from 40 to 30. Biological waste also dropped from 80 to 40. Seems reasonable. This is chemical import. And meat and other things. Okay, we'll move you all over. Let's compare the pages of horses versus other vehicles for now. So, all vehicles, we got 17 pages. Horse-drawn makes up 11 of those, so we're still good. More than half of our vehicles on the network are horses or horse-drawn vehicles. I guess the trains were getting maintained at the same time. That's why the crop deliveries were stagnating a bit. Both of the trains are at 0% wear now. Maybe we don't need the extra train cars, but I'm still gonna make them. Alright, get the horse carriages involved. They should just use trucks. Alright, last pickups. At that point the switch would become unnecessary, unless we want to hook it up into the switch and then from the switch back into the substation, but I don't think we'll do that. I mean, not on that part anyway. Maybe where we are using all 3 connections on a switch, it would make sense. But I think I've limited myself to mostly only 2, with the exception one of them being this one. I remember hooking all 4 up to this. Road cargo station is ready. Can bring it in. Load crops from here. Throw away the warehouse. Not the warehouse, but the assignment. Load cargo station for crops. Assign it to all the buildings. Done. Very nice gas stations, yep. This was a good idea with the road cargo station. From Mega Monkey. Hello, Barbaric. Welcome. Glad I could force you to stream yesterday by solving the issue. I'm glad the PC worked again. I hope that solved the issue with the workers and resources too. I don't think any other issues were solved with that. Would be funny if other things now also work, like Noita and Vintage Story, but I don't think that is going to be tied to that. Yo. Are you planning on streaming today? And if yes, what are you going to do? Also, I had to relocate your orphanage. So we're getting rid of all of this right now. Make room for a train station, we've decided. And your new orphanage is at the city entrance. The Something Batmanic Orphanarium has found a new home. Let me check Vintage. And yeah, doing derail today, workers tomorrow. Ah, okay, nice. Are we gonna do steam trains or are we gonna chill it up with the rail bus? Or maybe something completely different. Like the diesel mechanic though. I wonder if you have driven that in the meantime. The one that's more involved with the gear shifting. Which is Soy Still's trash game that doesn't run, but Workers runs now. Excellent. Man, yeah, I could have not let the stream end yesterday with you being unable to run Workers and Resources and potentially claiming it be a trash game. So I had to see that refresh rate. Was the only solution. I think I need to demolish a little bit more pipe here, otherwise it's not going to work. Other pipe is done. Medium water pipe to the output of the water tower. This is all experimental. I'm not sure if this makes sense, if it'll work, but we'll see. It could be really cool if that does actually work, because this is not something that has crossed my mind. Makes a lot of sense. Having the water towers more towards the end of the supply chain of water rather than the beginning. I guess now we can start building up the houses here too, because we have a footpath exit. So they should be able to get to the tram stops. And the workers moving in will have to take care of their own food supply. And then the access workers can go and work in these orphanages too. Honestly, thanks for showing me this game, Brightbird. It's outstanding. I'm glad you like it. It's just got so much stuff in it. And if you like mods, you can also go into the workshop, and yeah, just so much content. Uh-oh, what's going on here? Don't scare me like that. More workers, please. Make sure this building is crammed full of workers all the time. I have to try Stalker Gamma again. Because when I played it, I guess I got stuck in the beginning when it was just too difficult and I couldn't progress. But I was playing on, I think, the medium difficulty. I think I put it to. I don't know if I should try the easy one. And I only started with like a leather jacket, and radiation got to me at some point. Getting basic tools is the breakover point. If you don't get those, you really can't progress. It does have its issues, yeah. I also gotta say, I liked Stalker 2 when I played in atmospheric mode without the HUD, because then it feels really immersive, like a tactical shooter, where you just don't have you just go by the audio with everything. I know you know in the background what's happening, but I enjoyed it a lot more then. But for Stalker Gamma you definitely need the HUD, there's so much going on. Maybe they'll port that to Stalker 2 eventually. I think there's mods for Stalker 2, but I'm not getting into those yet. Stalker 2 looks like COD, it hurts me. Well... That's what people said when Stalker 1 came out. The Doom players were really upset about that, I guess. That's construction phase for the power in the area. And we need the power line. Doom players were calling every shooter Doom clone for like 8 years though. Yeah, that is true. I mean, if we're going to Stalker 1, it's just a Call of Duty clone as well, so... Can't really argue with that. I've started using cableways that are going over buildings. We found new technology, because normally you can't really place a building under an existing cableway. It won't let you. But if you place it first and then build the cableway over it, it's fine with that. Order matters in this game a lot. Which is, I guess, kind of funny. Can't what I want. Probably for the best, yeah. Trying to... I mean, some people enjoy arguing, and for those, these softballs are, I guess, enjoyable to fight because they're so easy, but if you just can't be bothered, then yeah, probably best to not care about it. A little bit of trolling. We're at 12% of our population goal of 100,000 citizens. I overdid it with the task, but we'll see where it goes. Some interesting things have cropped up, and the limitation of horse carriages being our main transportation method are still rearing their ugly head. So I'm quite happy about that. Let me know when that water pipe has been completely removed. Rage baiting chat, my god. Well... I wouldn't call it rage baiting. Just spouting nonsense, I guess. Clickbaiting? I don't know. Maybe. A little bit. I wonder if Thief now runs more stable too, but I don't think that game cares about the refresh rate as much. Three is just unstable, it's in its nature. Well, I guess increases the hours played, right? Oh, and by the way, yeah, synthetic, I would be up for that, I think, at some point. I did send you a friend's request on Steam yesterday, but you might have ignored it or not seen it yet, because I'm not called a sprite shred on Steam. But I did link my my Twitch on my profile, I guess. Hadn't seen it, let me go accept. Excellent. Alright, power is hooked up. Hooked up. Good. Now the trams should be able to run, I think. Let's make sure that that is true. If they get through this area without running out of electricity, everything is fine. Alright, looks good. Wait, how does this one still count as a new vehicle? What the hell? That's not supposed to happen. Okay, now it's corrected. There we go. That should bring water to the area again, hopefully. Should not take too long. I keep saying for almost all construction tasks. Oh, well, the game did not like me assigning the route to that vehicle for some reason. I hope that's not going to be a recurring issue. Otherwise we're gonna have a problem. Autosave was less than a minute ago, should be okay. You know what? I'm gonna tell all of these to maybe go back to the do a loop and go back to this depot. Just in case something weird happened. Yeah, do one loop. Don't load anything, just run once and return. Split all of these up. Give me the route, give me the vehicle. Please don't crash. Okay. All the trams. Eight vehicles, 7 to go. And they're returning with the small shunting train soon. Let's run this cableway while the cableway cars are arriving. Oh, it's really close. I don't... yeah, it looks fine. I don't think they're colliding with the roof. Seems to be okay. Okay, you have arrived. Does this work correctly now too? Seems like it. Okay. Second part of the water pipe demolition done. Can we get the water pipe in here now correctly? Maybe. Looks like it. Yeah, looks fine. A bit awkward, but it'll do. Excess workers walking to this cableway station can be picked up and carried to the production sector. So every line should have 15 trams now. Yep. All good to go. That is not good. That's just a hard loyalty crash. Oh no. Not my loyalty. Built too much housing with insufficient secret police, I guess, and then the loyalty started waning off again. Well, I guess that means one thing, I need to concentrate the loyalty efforts again. I don't think we'll accept higher loyalty in the southeast sector. I don't care about the epidemic, leave me alone. No loyalty in here. And then I guess we have the MegaCity 19th center. I need to put more districts down. Deactivate all loyalty. We'll set it up to the basic buildings that should have the highest loyalty. And then the one that sends workers to the school. Also, the highest of loyalty in here, please. So we might repopulate these with loyalty again, probably, but we need to get the secret police running again, otherwise we can't monitor who's doing what, and it's just calling us some disloyalty. I might also build a fire station. It's a pretty big housing block with no fire station nearby. I mean, it's not too far for a fire station, I guess. But they're all running horse carriages. I don't want to risk it. Yeah, should get a fire station for the southeastern area and the new one. Okay, one steel delivery, a couple of workers, and the water pipe is done. The one to the substation is already complete, and the water consumption has increased again tenfold. So we definitely need to finish that pipe soon. I think there was another meat truck that I brought down here and then it got reassigned. I think the direct routes are slowly dissolving. I wonder which one got removed. Oh, you... Where did I park you? Oh no, okay, yeah. You are good to go. I think I need more waste storages. Seems a little bit thin on this end. Let me try something. Stop the cableway. Can we collect them in the station? Because I would like to remove this cable. I don't know what happens if I do that right now. Can I do that? It's probably going to tell me that I can't because there's cableway cars on the line. Nope. 9 cableway cars in this one and 6 in this one. I guess it kept them. Cool. Nice. Then that means reworking cableway lines is not even that difficult. Good thing we tried that. I mean, these towers haven't been planned with houses being underneath the cableway. It's fine, we can have a little bit of an open area. But I don't think that's going to happen again in the future. The knowledge is way too useful. Accidentally cancel that construction because it looked like it was done. It's fine. I would have assumed I had to stop the cableway, collect all the cableway cars first in a station somehow, and then we can disconnect it, but I guess it's a little bit more lenient like that. Thankfully. It's a little bit far for a fire engine, but should make it. So yeah, the interruption in the cableway is not going to be that long. Just pause it, disconnect it, place the building and restart it. I guess that could be done anywhere. I need an incoming tram to slow down, let the other tram out of that junction. One that wants to do a left-hand corner. It's a little bit of assistance. It's not a very smooth experience doing a left-hand corner here. Right-hand corners are fine, just left-hand corners are really, really rough. One thing that might become an issue is that the horse feed wagons are now going to be interrupted by the main line and the very big, large amount of traffic coming through the entrance of the city. The more we optimize this line, the less time horse carriages will have to get over the road. I really don't want to build a bridge over that. I don't think we can build an underpass without significant interruptions to our rail transportation. It's probably still fine. Bit of traffic jam is fine. Okay, water tower's full. .87 bar. That's less than the 1.09 bar that the small water pipe provides, but it should still be good enough. It's less pressure, but a larger pipe diameter. I think it'll be alright. So I guess we could use that elsewhere. Maybe here when we remove the last orphanage. I mean, it has to be at the switch, right? Ideally. That switch is a little bit busy. It doesn't have to be at the switch. It has to be before the substation at the very least. There's just some shoppers walking to this, trying to find food, but there's no sellers here until we have workers in the area. They're all going to go empty. Some 21-year-olds without their own flat, supposedly. Could be high loyalty. I don't think it is though. Could be people without an education. Could also just be university students, but it didn't look like it. So there might be some people with no education. People unable to go to visit a school. Careful, don't demolish the footpaths underground. Sheesh. So dangerous. In the future, we'll need more highly educated workers living here. They can walk across the road and provide education in the technical university to the general public. I think it's mostly limited by the staff still. I think they would send more professors here if the staff was available. Go to the train depot, we'll give you some train cars. Pick them up at the rail production and bring them to the depot, please. We got 8 waiting. We'll set up the first train as a long train and do that occasionally until it reaches full length. And then wait until all the train cars have been produced for the second one. This is not enough train cars for the first one yet, but I would like to start hooking them up, I guess. That's a weird thing to say. I'm not going to respond to that. Still a very early train with all the train cars being bought. But now it's getting some random colored train cars. It's gonna look a little bit more colorful. I guess we could mix up the train cars a little bit. Just a little bit. Back on the road you go. Still need 12 more train cars. We'll get there. Okay, that's gonna be in range. Good. Just gotta get to it. Complexity of the settlement grows continuously. Slowly. Did I completely ignored the switch in the area. Okay. That's a thing, sure. Guess we can fix that. I mean, by using the water tower. Still using running water. Disrupt that. Nope. Some people might be going without water for a while. Newly placed residential buildings, for example. A little bit of a traffic issue here with vehicles waiting too long. Make room. Let's bring in an excavator here, even though it says a demolition site doesn't support a vehicle. Maybe it doesn't care anymore. Always so cool to see a city in motion. Yeah, it's... I'm really happy with everything still running more or less smoothly. It's a shame about the loyalty being a bit of an issue, but I think it's just me expanding without building adequate secret polices. But everything in motion and running is really nice. Glad you like it. Yep, they've definitely reduced their water consumption. What if I unpause the water pipe? It's still running reduced water consumption, which is excellent, so I don't have to disconnect the whole substation, I just have to disconnect it. In between, when I'm redoing the water connection, it knows what's up. Don't do this to my loyalty prison, alright? It's important. So we got 5 orphanages running, upgrading to 6 once we shift our focus to the northern part of the city. This area has been almost fully planned out. I think there might be another cableway the first cableway station leading into the city. We could transport workers towards the steel mill from this area, I guess. If we can get over the road. If not, then we would start across the road. But yeah, probably through an area that has to be planned out with buildings underneath the cableway, and wouldn't be able to run reliably, but we could always pause it, redo it, and then restart it. Since we don't seem to lose the cableway cars, everything would be fine. Okay, so basic loyalty is back. We need to feed back into the buildings that run prisons in this area. Try to get those populated again. Oh, yeah, great. Horse carriages picking up waste, causing a traffic jam. What's new? No engineers. Well, the tram line has a little bit of a traffic issue right now, so that'll sort itself out momentarily. Almost all the waste picked up. No water, 75 people. Yeah, we're doing a water rework. Shouldn't take much longer to hook up the water pipe. I think it's done. Well, the water tower isn't done yet, so it's going to take a little bit longer. I guess I need to demolish this whole thing because I would like to hook it up with a medium pipe. Hello, Hailstorm. Welcome. Yeah, I think this runs fine. Just don't put crops into this, I guess. Close this off again. Put the fence back. New residential building. One worker right now will be unable to buy their own food. Okay, now it's 2. Road construction done. Not quite into the secret police yet, but soon. Hello, Dynamic. Welcome. I'll just let the trucks pick this up. Don't send too many vehicles here. At least for the construction waste. $207 people without water. We'll fix it soon, don't you worry. Some of the houses will start emptying out and not become repopulated because there's not going to be enough loyal people moving back into those structures. Some of them have just been built. Need more people first. You, for example, I don't know what you were doing, just holding a general amount of loyal workers for the prisons, I guess. Kinda makes sense. Okay, send some horse carriages to pick up the rest of the waste, please. Thank you. Should be at most 3 other horse carriages going here. None more. Okay, prioritize the water tower a little bit more. I don't want to leave people without water for too long, even if it's only 270. So the water quality is not the issue. I guess we could save a couple tons of chemicals by reducing the water quality, but I'm not going to do that. Don't think there's going to be any more water connection out of this if we set up... Actually, well, sewage I guess we could do. Depends on the sewage pipe all the way. I need to know the sewage flow rate. It's already too high. Yeah, I wouldn't really want to connect anything more to this, I don't think. I need to tackle the low happiness because things that are lowering happiness might also be affecting loyalty. Definitely no electronics. Can't really deal with the prison. Crime is quite high, 1,008 people affected. No water, we'll fix soon. Low government loyalty. I haven't even planned for a monument here. That's a huge no-no. The other footpath exits have not been built yet, so we'll have to keep those. Yeah, 29% loyalty here. Not great. 23, 24, 23. At least there's a monument or two in the area, but still insufficient amounts potentially. Or there's some other issue that is lowering their loyalty. I mean, between 35 and 40-ish should be okay. 33 is a little bit low. Could also indicate that people have been living for quite a while and have just become a little bit disillusioned. Hello Dentrasi, welcome. How could anyone not be loyal to a republic that lets them ride on cable cars every day? I don't know. I guess you always want what you don't have. Once all the houses are built, we're gonna have to take a cable car right over the houses. Wrong connection. There you go. Moved a couple highly educated workers here. Sure, they'll be thrilled. Once the secret police is up, they'll have a workplace that'll match their educational, well, qualification, I guess. Maybe we'll have the water set up by then. Asphalt plant. What are you doing? Getting repaired, I guess that's allowed. Probably get some workers for that. No, we hadn't even had a waste storage next to the shopping center, well, the grocer. I'm gonna have to stop the cableway car to put a waste storage. Wait, your dirt footpath has been removed. No, that we still need. So we're building up the water supply to the leisure area again, and our new residential area. In the southeastern section I will have to set up another secret police, I believe. We're trying to bring up the loyal citizens back into the buildings that are running our prisons. Since that fell a little bit apart. Okay, asphalt is being delivered. The building will be done soon. Not much construction to happen after the groundwork is done. I guess our excavators are busy doing other things, building a large water tower, for example, which is also waiting on asphalt, but I guess the asphalt plant is working again, so should not be taking too long. Then the excavator can move down to the secret police, dig up the groundwork as well, and we should be hopefully going back to loyal. Yeah, running out of secret police workers, or like the capacity, is really detrimental to our loyalty situation. Have you considered building a housing complex in a shape that spells mega from the top? No. Should I? Is that a requirement? I feel like that would disrupt the organization inside the city a little bit too much. No, only if you like the idea. I don't know. I don't think I do. But don't tell Mega Monkey. Why are there so many escapes? guess we're gonna have to drop the idea of loyalty boosting for now, because we don't have enough workers. Just try and run one extra prison for loyalty boosting for now, not 3. I don't think the large one is loyalty boosting. No, it is. Barely. It's also not repopulating the workers into here. This one should probably have higher priority than the small prisons, I guess. Because this one is easier to centralize. Might even be able to raise the average happiness again. Excellent progress. Mostly trucks, some horse carriages. Water tower should hopefully finish soon. That's the issue when you're building without having any overlap of the water substations to try and maximize efficiency of every substation. If you do have to rework things, especially for like reworking things, then there's gonna be some complications. Okay, let me stop this one again. And cut the cableway cord. And rework this. The footpath entrance is really far ahead of the cableway tower. But I guess we can build it like that. No kindergarten nearby except the one at the shopping center that has room for more workers. I wanted to build maybe a second kindergarten here. One steel delivery, maybe 2 if it's not trucks. And then hopefully the water will be running again. On a Super Dino. Welcome, that's rich sword. Okay, we had about 100 tons of clothing in money recently. We have less than 100 tons now. A little bit more than 50 tons, I guess. Inflation is taking its toll. Only way in and out of the kindergarten through a busy streetcar crossing. Yes. Next to a train track. It's beautiful. I mean, the children are not supposed to walk there by themselves. The parents drop them off. I would imagine. Oh, it happened again. Traffic jam. Okay. Really rare. It did not happen at all last stream, and I think the stream before, but now it happened again. Still not sure what causes it, but very strange. Was to collect about, I think it was 3 personal cars to run the secret police. I'll just turn around the factory connection for export and wait until some of the vehicles get unloaded at the vehicle storage, and then we can use those. Then we make a couple more covered hull trucks, I guess. Just because. As replacement vehicles. And maybe if I have to set up new lines. Since we did technically build a grocer, which I set up without a line so far, I think. Should have a line. You're not moving. Okay, just tiny bit of traffic. It's fine. Yeah, I don't mind that the other vehicles can't overtake the trams, because the trams are the fastest vehicle in the network. So the other vehicles are supposed to stay behind the trams, otherwise they're just going to slow them down again. That would change with the evolution of vehicles, of course, but we could also set up a global 30km/h speed limit in the city and it wouldn't matter. If we didn't want to update the trams to faster ones. go. Water tower construction. And water pipe, one delivery away for having all of its resources. Less than 3 workers would build it up. The water tower should immediately receive water, but for the distribution to the substation it's still going to take a little bit longer. Yep, there it is. 1 bar in, 0 point something 9 bar out. With a large pipe. Medium pipe, large short pipe. Can you ban overtaking on the tram roads? Yes, but it's always only until the next junction. There is no overtaking zone, unfortunately. It's only overtaking signs that last until the next junction node. And no overtaking zone would, I guess, solve it. But then again, I'm using the speed limits anyway, like that, and it works fine. Hello, Tandoran. Welcome. There we go. That should be enough workers. Now we'll have running water again in this area. .83 bars here. I guess we'll get started on the rest of the residential development. They're already building 2 extra houses. A couple more, we're done. Yeah, just produce a bunch, it's fine. Would like to fill up the storage too, then maybe we can do some waste trucks, I guess. Shame that they don't get repaired inside vehicle storages, I guess. But if they run too old, then we just export them as used vehicles, it's fine. We know when the fire station is up. To 5 cubic meters a day. It's going to last 40 days, I guess. Which isn't bad. It's actually pretty good. That's the last resources delivered to the secret police. Now we just need some personal cars, which will get delivered here momentarily, because I say so. We'll send them to the secret police, run it at 35% loyalty, and it should be good to go. And don't think we need any more than that. All of the ones we needed are now assigned. The rest of the vehicles can go back onto the export train. We'll unassign the covered hull trucks for construction very soon. Might need one extra waste car on the train that runs to the coal for the power plants, but only really because I'm doing a lot of demolition work and reworking certain things that create a bunch of construction waste, it looks like. Am I making any... wait. Why is there a lot of construction waste heading in there anyway? Because this isn't being emptied out fast enough, I guess. So it's sending the construction waste into the mixed waste. You are told where to pick up construction waste. So who's sending a vehicle here? Which technical service is doing this? That one. I guess I have to tell the generic construction technical services that they are not allowed to pick up specialized waste. Otherwise, they're sending vehicles all the way across town and are hindering my emptying out of, well, facilities. This area with the technical services with trucks, they can still handle construction waste and metal scrap because they have high volume and very fast loading. Plus they need to handle the metal scrap from the steel mill. But yeah, hopefully that's going to fix the situation. That did happen because I assigned everyone to work everywhere with the technical services in mind. So maybe it'll be fixed now. Otherwise, everything seems to be alright. We will take a look at another area to implement a water tower, I guess. University area would be a quite rough one to try and change. Nope, there's some overlap. Except for these houses, I guess. Well, one of the houses. Oh no, they are all connected to multiples. Okay. This one I do want to rework. There should be a water tower in here. Once we have another orphanage placed. As the amount of workers here increases, more people will start working in the orphanages too. And that should hopefully increase the amount of children we will have saved and increase our population growth again. I guess we could move the newly produced vehicles into a depot rather than into a vehicle storage, because there they would be getting repaired, for sure. I don't think I've added a line for the grocer up here as well. Nope, I don't think I did. No, I did. Okay. Metal scrap removal. That line is so obsolete. Not a lot of lines, but some important ones. If I had named all of the grocer lines something, they would have become custom lines and then would have been removed once the vehicle would have been unassigned from it. So I could have easily found the missing line that had one of the vehicles taken from it. I mean, I guess the other option I have is just sorting it by cargo type. I do remember it being a food one. Shopping centers should all at least have 2. Small shopping center, grocer, shopping center. That one only has 1. Okay, no, we're already in the meat. So it was one of the grocers that had 2 assigned to it because it was so far away. That is now only running a single one. And that would be hard to find, but also not too difficult, I guess. This one has 2. This one has 2 on the line. Also 2 vehicles on the line. I don't know. Everything else seems to be not as important, I would say. We need fuel distribution to the new secret police, so the vehicles can focus on what's important. I'm gonna change... No, I shouldn't do that. I was gonna add another transfer stop. No, I don't need a transfer stop for that. After you load people at stop 2 and 7, you're gonna unload them to see if what they want is in walking distance, because they walked here. And then at stop 8, there should be no loading command because they all get out in this area anyway. 2, 3, and 8. So we load everyone other than workers. Then we unload everyone and see if they can get to where they want to go directly from here. This is not set to send workers or passengers anywhere, so they are not going to try and walk to other stops from this. They will only get off the tram line if what they want is actually in the area. And then we'll load again. But they were not going to try that indefinitely, just once, I think. What do we have here? We're not unloading at stop 2. Not sure why. Is it just workers? That's just a workers line, yeah. I guess that is fine. Don't want to lose the workers on that tram, I guess. Okay, I think that's the last one we want to do, and then go back to personal cars. For the time being. And then maybe a little bit later we'll do some waste vehicles, just in case. Not sure if this is in walking distance of the... Yep, it is in walking distance of the fire station. Less than 125 meters. And walking distance I mean for the waste drop-off. Maybe I do need the birth rate increase research at some point. Because right now it's not looking too good. Downwards trend. You have a lot of complaints. Stop the excessive push for loyalty, focus on the large prison and the core prison for loyalty. Because we can't do it reliably yet. We're still missing the secret police doing its job. This one is not running as well as it could yet. Should take off some load of the other secret polices. If it is getting the job done, but for the moment that is not the case. I will have to build one next to the housing district we set up there. But where? What if we do what I said we would do? Tear down the cableway real quick, place the building, and then build the secret police here. Let's hope that works. Doesn't cause any unforeseen consequences. We got 33 cable cars. Okay, that should be it. There we go. Start the cableway cars again. Wasn't too bad. That means I guess all of this area is also available for housing development. Nah, housing is too tall. I did not raise the height of the cable too much. But some lower housing could be done, I guess. Is the cable high enough? Yes. Yes, it is. It's beautiful. Let me know when that one is done, and we'll also give it some personal vehicles. There should be enough highly educated workers in the vicinity to run these buildings, no problem. Looks a little bit weird having a single building sticking out underneath the cableway car, but I guess that's the way it is right now. Cableway line, I mean. So get in, get out, and get in again. That sends people who know they can get something that they want to their area right away. And then we have a second line here that probably needs that change as well. After stop 2. Oh right, the delivery stop should be the upper one. I forgot that. Stop 2. No educated workers, unload them here, good enough. And then go back to the other line. And make the last stop, stop 8, the one on the station that is only for unloading. Where no workers or anyone else gets loaded, so we can just go to a stop that doesn't have anything. It's just for unloading people, no one's allowed to wait here. so many patients. I'm sure it has nothing to do with the heating plant right next to their residential area. Designate... maybe not that one. Designate some buildings for highly educated workers only. Having highly educated workers everywhere is kinda nice. Because if we change our society over to allow more people to get a higher education, they can just move into any building. But I still need to designate some of them to only take higher educated citizens. Right now we're decreasing the amount of highly educated workers we have because I have to run this with the loyalty checkbox because the secret police is not doing its job. And letting people in with too low loyalty, I think. A couple people with less than 40%. I also want to increase the amount of coverage for the streetlights. So loyalty, anyone, just move in here. Take care of the orphanages, please. It's kind of important. You also had no responsibility with any assignments, so it's fine. I'll make sure the orphanages are run well. I still don't get why this building has such low loyalty compared to the other three, which have the same setting. The two large buildings allow 50 to 100% loyalty to move in, and the other ones are just very high loyalty. Guess we'll go back to 60%. Fire station is up. $500,000 rubles for 2 horse carriages. Do I have a fire station in this area somewhere? That's a little bit far. Let's see if we can move one closer. Alright, we're at 90% on the heating plant that I said we could go a little bit higher, so probably best to not plan any more housing extension that utilizes this heating plant until we place another one to try and stretch the usage a little bit out to other buildings. We can see where the water tower is active because that's where it's at 0.87 bar instead of 109 bar, where it's still the direct water pressure. It's kind of neat. Nope, no room here. There's two water pipes because of the rail construction, right? One of them is impure water. Bring the water pipe over and then hook the substation in to the water tower. Gonna be honest, I would like to relocate the way the water substation is facing. But I think that might be too risky, especially with this area taking over a lot of our work. Maybe it's better to put a new substation in and then just change it over afterwards. I mean, there's no other buildings connected here. They would all switch over to the low water consumption mode. Okay, there's a couple residential buildings hooked up, so it'll still drain the substation quite quickly. I mean, if this area runs out of water first, that would be fine. There's no real heating plant connected to this area exclusively. That's okay. We'll do this water setup last in this area, but there's room and we'll just have to figure out if we want to redo the substation or not. We could drop in a temporary substation for truck deliveries. Okay, so we have a switch here which goes into a substation and then the other water tower. So in theory, I should have built the water tower here and then split it up into this substation and the other substation. If we were going with the original logic of how I wanted to use the water towers. But that's okay. We could also now say I'll just bring the water pipe backwards and drop it into this substation. But then I would like the medium pipe to make its way all the way to the water tower, I guess. Or we figure out an area where to put the water tower that handles this substation. Jackpot. Well, we also have this location, I guess. Then we don't need switch. We just go. What do we do? I can leave the switches. They don't hurt anyone, I guess. We'll just go from this switch into the water tower, and then we have to. It's gonna be a little bit annoying. Because I have to go to the substation and also the other water pipe again. And they're gonna be definitely complaining about no running water if I don't do this fast enough. Alternatively, we just hook up this water tower and hook up this substation. I mean, let's build this first. This is definitely going to happen. This will cause a couple more people to be without water, I think. I'll wait until it's April, until we cut off the water, and hope that the technical service has enough capacity to supply it a little bit, at least. Might be best to bring the demolition vehicles as close as possible. So the rework can be started very quickly. So yeah, I think I would like to hook this up. Medium water pipe, splitting up into two medium pipes. I mean, this is currently a small one because it's pressurized. I don't know. Maybe we'll just change the water pipe to the substation, it's fine. When you mark a pipe for demolition, does it immediately stop working? Yes. It immediately stops. You can see it draining. And the pressure going down when I had it demolished. Okay, they need the right of way here. This is not going to work otherwise. So first 4, then 3, I guess. The left-hand turn trams otherwise cause too much of a ruckus. Ce n'est pas en démolition. Démolition. I don't think like. Welcome. That one comment about water towers. Now I'm building water towers everywhere. That's how easy it goes. Like, you figure out something new, plastered everywhere. But also a lot of people. A lot. Pandemic, maybe? I need to research the inoculation after we get the... Actually, that's probably going to be the next thing. But I need to get over 15,000 people for that. There's no more free research points. First aid education will have to wait, I guess. No clipping. All good. Not all of the housing is done yet, I guess, but can you go first person on the gondolas? Yes, but it's riding on top of the gondola. We're going over buildings now. We found that technology. And not going through the station. Oh. Yeah, that the station interior is not being rendered, unfortunately. That would be a bit too much. Why are you still assigned to metal scrap? Pretty sure I copied the assignments over. Oh, it's not deleting the ones that are still set. Well, crap. Stop being assigned to these waste types, please. I thought it would copy unassigned as don't be assigned anymore, but I guess that's not the case. Could be a cool cutscene. Yeah, totally. That, yes. Definitely put it on the Discord suggestion channel. A cutscene whenever you're going through a cable car station. Let's see how many upvotes you get. I'm sure there's a lot of support for it, probably. Sometimes the Workers and Resources is a bit weird with what they want. But hey, what people want is different. Halfway through March. Demolition office is ready to go. Once the groundwork of the water tower is ready, I guess we can get started on the water pipe. I'm a bit worried that the population went down last year. Sheesh, okay, sure. One more delivery of asphalt. There's an excavator on site. I'll start with the demolition as soon as the asphalt has arrived. Camera's too low. Unfortunate. All the ambulances are busy. Is everything okay with the waste? Looks like it. I guess. Okay, let's get started. Rework the water here for the best of the Republic, I guess. Let's go. That one is using a ton of water locally. That's going to be a test for the setup of the water tower. I hope it's going to work fine. I have no idea. If they only have access to non-running water, they should slow down their consumption. Very nice and quick. That's how we're going to do it in the future. Set up the water tower and then just switch over the pipe in one go. We got 3 waste trucks, they should be able to pick everything up in one collective go. And then the pipe has been removed. Ready to set up the new one. Okay, all the waste gone. There we go. That's going to be the new water pipe. I hope this works. The consumption was 33 cubic meters. Wait a minute. Was this a medium pipe? Yes, okay. Don't want a small pipe here. This will be a test and see if the passive water pressure from the water tower can handle 33 cubic meters through a passively provided medium pipe. What is the state of the collective consciousness of your workforce? They're a little bit tired, but otherwise okay. The local workforce from surrounding buildings can build this up as soon as the resources have arrived. Pipe needs to be dug out, and then just a tiny bit of steel to finish it off. I think the knowledge about water towers, or at least the idea of implementing them into our city design in the future, will lead to a different water piping setup. The current water tower will show us how much capacity we can actually hope for, I guess. Machine replacement, sure. I'll go pick up the train cars that are in here right now. For the time being. I'll elongate one of the crop trains. Oh, you still have weird train cars with different assignments. Those need to be changed. Only one of them, okay. People are allowed to move in. Alright, focus our efforts at a certain area for loyalty again, don't overdo it. The school here is definitely getting overloaded. Oh, not that one. More workers. At least more capacity for workers. I don't think you have that many loyal people at the moment. So I'll assign you to go to the depot afterwards. You're dedicated lines anyway. I don't think I've made you custom line. No, yeah, I have made you custom lines. Maybe not custom lines. %. Okay, you're going to the Neckar's Yard after your delivery. Good. 46.6 years of service. Yes, the rail vehicle production is undergoing machine replacement right now, we do know that. Wasn't able to pick up all of the train cars, I guess. One more time. Now when we run into the situation that we need a third coal train for coal delivery, things are gonna get a little bit complicated because the area has not been designed for that. At least we have a decent location here for a waiting yard. Would be unfortunate if we would have to cross over the outgoing track, but I guess it would have to be done. Would also have to change the signals, chain signals all the way into the waiting yard for trains that want to head to the double-tracked waiting platform. I just unload, it's fine. One more delivery for bricks for the water tower. The groundwork of the water pipe is nearing completion. No idea where the excavator went. Guess I didn't set it with high priority. Alright, last construction phase. Guess we'll get a truck full of steel, good. And then just some workers. Let me know when that water pipe is done. Which should not take longer than May. Here's our grain train. That should be it. Good. You are officially a long train now. No more changes necessary. %29 loyalty, huh? 15. Probably 4 more prisoners. The last time I did that, when we hit the situation where it was impossible, well, it felt like impossible to run without importing electronics, I was like, sure, we're importing electronics. There's not going to be any electronic imports anymore. I don't think we need to do that to keep the city running. As long as we're over 50% happiness, everything is fine. Really wish we had some road cranes. I guess can't have those here for some reason. Guess we'll just rely on workforce. Water tower is ready to go. Let's see if that water pressure through a medium water pipe is sufficient. It might not be. Maybe we'll need a large water pipe. I feel like that's going to be what will happen. But hey, at least the demolition vehicles are close by, so if this is insufficient capacity, then we'll change it. It is insufficient capacity. Alright then. Try this down again. We'll build it up with a large water pipe. That was a medium water pipe before, so I guess I should have known. Still got some really old switches here that don't even have gravel footpaths. Unfortunate, but while we're at it, might as well try the large pipe. If the large pipe doesn't work, we'll have to set it back up the way it was, with pressurized water. Then we can only use the water towers in far away areas that are not relying on a very high pressure, I guess. Let me know when this is done. Alright, send the horses, I guess. All the waste trucks picked up most of it. Might as well use the horses. Why hasn't this been built yet? Finish this, please. We're just waiting for the rest of the train cars, and then we can make both crop trains long trains. That reduces the amount of travel needed and opens up the main line for a little bit more traffic, I guess. %27% loyalty. What is going on? Praying demand. Well, everything fulfilled. Loyalty 11%. Loyalty 11%. Thank you. I might not be running enough loyalty buildings inside our leisure district, I guess. I just put the leisure buildings down, but I haven't really placed any monuments here, I guess. Very critical mistake. This will attract a lot of people, but they're not getting loyal. Since these are high capacity, well, I have built one monument, but since these are high capacity buildings, I guess we need to up the amount of loyalty gaining buildings we have in this area. That is really wonky. Fire station, sure. Let's go. More horses. Speaking of which, the other fire station would probably benefit from me setting the horses to be as fast as possible. Very few workers in the area. Water pipe demolished. So, large water pipe instead. To the water tower. Right. Maintenance officers go work on that. Let me know when it's done and we'll check out and see if it has enough throughput now. If not, we'll just hook it back up to the switch and don't bother with the water tower, I guess. The water tower would provide coverage for like 6 days at the 33 cubic meter consumption it has shown previously, which would be quite inadequate, but it still looks nice. We can use some of the other monuments we haven't used yet. These footpaths are taking forever. You don't have a waste storage, do you? God dang it. You said you were in range. Liar. Unbelievable. I guess I'll move this waste storage forward a bit. Fine by me? No, let's not do that. It's closing off the residential area here. I guess we'll replace the football playground with something smaller and put a waste storage next to it. I don't think I have room to place a small waste storage in the area. Never mind. We do have the ability. There we go. You do not have the right of way. I do not know how you snuck. How do you get the right of way through here? I guess you don't, it just looks like it because the trams are stopping and then the other horse carriage is moving through, but that's just an illusion. It's fine. Here's our excavator, I guess. Well, that was a bit of housing expansion. The population count does not really reflect it just yet. I wonder if we have a little bit of a pollution crisis. Definitely had a bit of a death spiral. Could have been the lack of water that was my fault. I don't think it's the lack of orphanages for sure this time. Unless we have insufficient workers in those as well. They aren't getting a full complement of workers, I guess. And they really should. Basic education. Work in the orphanages. First and foremost. Let's push a couple more workers in here, make sure the orphanages are running to a better degree. might still be a reason why it isn't really working that well. People until the age of 40 should have at least a couple children, I guess. And, well, with the crime and the pollution, the government definitely has to step in and take care of everyone. Insufficient loyalty all around here too, huh? I guess I can't blame you. We're only having a single monument. I hope these footpaths are all done. No, they're not. Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Come on. They can walk around the outside, but... Come on. Finish that footpath, please. Okay, run the orphanages with whatever. I don't care about the loyalty, just fill it up with workers. Same here, just... If we have enough workers in the area with enough loyalty, then we care about that again, but for the time being, just fully staffed is more important to me. Okay, the school cannot handle the loyalty requirement anymore. We'll drop down to 30 and just get as many people into the workforce as possible. Still abiding by the checkbox, because that'll get people into a basic education as fast as possible. But once we've lowered the amount of students waiting in the schoolyard, we can get rid of the checkbox altogether again. I guess we can do that now. That is sufficient teachers. That means the University for Loyalty might not be getting that many more professors with high loyalty either. Yeah, whole loyalty system's crashing again. It's crashing really bad in certain areas. That's a bit more steel. For the water pipe hooking up the water tower. Maybe the orphanages need more loyalty. I guess I haven't built really any monuments in this area either. I don't think I have the ability to get a footpath out of the roads. No, I do. Okay, good. And we can put a Lenin up here. Because the loyalty in the orphanages will go down. And if I don't push it back up, then everyone released from the orphanages will have really, really low loyalty. In a positive population-wise, about 40 people since you altered the orphanages. What would happen if you put loyalty restrictions on shop, not loyal? What would happen if you put loyalty restrictions on... You mean stop? Not loyal, no food? Well, we can't do that. I mean, I can cut off food and they will stay in there until they get released or run out of food, I guess. Or we can't enforce loyalty with food, I guess. But yeah, we need to counteract the negative loyalty inside the orphanages with monuments surrounding the orphanage. If we have something that is at least 3.5 or better, it should counteract the negative loyalty. And maybe we need a little bit more. I mean, I still have this one, but it only covers one of the two orphanages. How about loyalty-based water access? I'm thinking about it. But loyalty raises slower than the disloyalty from not having water increases, I guess, or decreases. Doesn't quite work. So yeah, let's see what limit we can get from a water tower with a large water pipe and passive water pressure. Especially what the water pressure is going to be. We had 1.09 versus 0.85 or something like that. Water pressure 1.09 for active water pressure, 0.87 for passive water pressure, which is close enough. Let's see what we get in this situation. I need to work on loyalty, really. I think it's mainly the orphanages. Maybe we can also counteract the prisons, I guess. They do have a 3.1 loyalty in the area. Loyalty drop isn't too bad. So they should come out with at least 35 or so % loyalty, and that is apparently not true. Maybe because their happiness is too low, the loyalty doesn't increase. There was something like that. Never understood the water pressure. Substations with zero water pressure seem fine to me. They will work if they get water by a horse carriage, or a truck, but only up to a certain amount of water distribution of 0.5 cubic meters per day. After that, you need water pressure. They can't distribute any more water after that. So an industry with a passively provided water pressure substation will not run that well. Music too loud? No. Shouldn't be that loud. I would disagree. Are you sure you're not running your own music? The game audio is louder than the music. Hello, Percuss. Welcome. Yep. How much is our loan capacity now? It was like 800,000 before. 1.27 million, okay. No, wait. Billion. 1.27 billion. Not million. I don't know, something's louder than usual. Might be the game audio. Whenever I'm zoomed in. There we go, traffic jam again. Fix that. Nothing good on my side? Okay. Thank you. Okay, you need to go to the depot after your trip. We'll assign you some train cars. This train is 93.7 years old. It has seen some things. It's the mega shunting train. It's doing some shunting right now. Are you planning on expanding or building a new resident district? I've built 2 resident districts. We've built this one, and we've built this one, so I'm thinking about making our city a little bit safer now, because the loyalty is kind of looking iffy, and the water supply is too. So I'm considering some changes. Now it looks fine. Wasn't it running 33 cubic meters before? I could have sworn I was drawing a lot more water. But yeah, with a big water pipe it's fine. From the water tower. Okay, that works. The water pressure is 1.95. From before 2. No, it also was only 1.09, I guess. I don't know. I thought that one had a higher water pressure. Well, it has a higher water pressure here now, for sure. I don't know about this. I mean, it requires some planning. Wait a minute, is this a medium pipe? Yeah, and this is also a medium pipe. This one needs to change. This needs to be a large pipe. Because the water consumption here is going to go up. For sure. When we build more stuff in the proximity. Why some are green, why some are yellow? The green ones have low water pressure, the red ones have high water pressure, and the yellow ones have medium water pressure. I have nothing with high water pressure right now. No residential building is hooked up to a large water pipe with maximum water pressure, which is overkill. Ideally you want as little water pressure as possible, I guess. But it's not always feasible. I had it on low water pressure for most of them in the beginning. But since I'm trying something with water towers right now, it is changing a bit. A few spots with 0 bar. Yeah, I think those are buildings that are not done yet. So these ones have 0 bar right now because I shut off the only water substation that they have access to. So they're on passive water supply and are using very, very little water while we're reworking the connection to the substation. Some of them are not done buildings yet, and that's basically the two ones that can have 0 bar. Incomplete buildings or buildings running on passive water pressure from substations. Well, it's 11 PM. I think I'm gonna call it here for now. That was a lot of stuff again. Lots of housing expansion. Next time we'll have to keep an eye on our population gain. It rises up until October and then it stops. So we got a couple more months, 1.5 months until that stops growing. I hope we can get positive population going. I've been a little bit more lenient with the pollution. Might come back to haunt me, we will see. But yeah. As always, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I'll see if I can raid you somewhere. Let me save the game first. Thank you for the stream, does. Have a good night. YouTube Clark Plays Games. Thank you. MegaCity Railway, Percussegant. Let's see where we can go. Anyone doing workers and resources in English that we haven't rated? Let me look at this one. Alright, we'll raid over to Samir, who's checking out the Workers and Resources first campaign, I think. Looks like they're starting with the game and enjoying it for the first time. If you want to stick around for that, please do. If not, that is fine too. Have a good day, Think Like. Thank you. And anyone else? Hope you have a good rest of your Saturday. Take care, everyone. All the best. And maybe also next time.